Hi everyone, I'm Mark Henretti and I'm delighted to welcome you to the Volvo Sports Centre in Riga, Latvia for the first stage of the ISU's Junior Grand Prix Series 2025. 7 events coming up where we'll be going all over the world to see some of the world's best figure skaters competing on this illustrious stage. We will also be covering the road to Milano with the Beijing Olympic qualifying competition as well, so some incredibly exciting skating coming up. You may think that I am alone here, but Ted Barton is somewhere. Ted, where are you?
Well, thank you, Mark. We're live inside the rink here in Riga. Let me tell you a little bit about what will happen over the next 7 weeks. Both Mark and I are here in Riga. I'll move on to Ankara. Mark will be at home in his studio there. We'll move on to Varese in Italy, where we'll have a lot of fun there. Both Mark and I will be on site. I'll move on to Bangkok, and Mark will be at home in his studio. And then both of us are going to Beijing for the Olympic qualifying event. We're really looking forward to that. I'll move on to Baku. Mark will be at home in his studio. And then both of us will be in Gdansk and Abu Dhabi. And how interesting will that be? Now, we're going to talk a lot about the Vision 2030 of the ISU. There's so many ideas that are coming up on the table. It's so exciting. Nothing is decided. We'll fill you in a little bit about that during the June Grand Prix. Now here in Riga on day one, we have the women's short program coming up, followed by the pairs and the men's. But we start with the women's short, which begins right now. Welcome everyone to Riga, Latvia, week number 1 on the Junior Grand Prix. I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Henretti as we fly over the old town here in Riga. Beautiful city, wonderful restaurants, and a wonderful facility here. Mark, welcome.
Oh, thank you, Ted. How exciting to be back and exciting to be celebrating the start of the Junior Grand Prix in this brilliant rink, a rink that has hosted so many events, not just the Junior Grand Prix event, but lots of inter-club competitions and international competitions as well. A real rink mindful of the way in which we can support the skaters as much as possible.
As we see the first group of skaters on the ice for their warm-up, and it was interesting as we take a look at the judges panel for this event. Yesterday got picked up by a former skater who just got 2 master's degrees as we take a look at the technical panel now, and going for more education. She was a former skater here. They've included a lot of their skaters from here in the volunteer group that they have, and it's so wonderful to see young athletes giving back.
Yeah, it really is, and it was interesting as we see the starting order for the women's short program, in the research for this competition, even hearing about coaches from different nations who have used this actual venue as their first time to take their skaters to international competition, sometimes the Volvo Cup, which is hosted here. Mm-hmm. And so it really is a very welcoming venue, which is so catered to trying to support the sport, and that's everything that we all want for and everything that we'll be discussing as we continue to reference Vision 2030, the International Skating Union's initiative to help support the sport as much as is possible over the next coming seasons to see our sport thrive and survive as well as possible.
And change. Some of the ideas are just really exciting. We'll get into more of that as we progress. We're just trying to get through day one here yeah. of 8 weeks in a row, in fact. And it's great to be back on site, Mark, and to work with you. And there's so much to talk about, not only of the future of the sport, but obviously what we're covering here in Riga. Early on in the season, not easy. They will just done some summer competitions perhaps, but this is early on. So we will not see the top standard necessarily of each individual athlete.
Yes, people have asked us as we've been here or perhaps online what are our expectations of what will happen at this event, but I'd said to expect the unexpected. There will be such a huge variance, not just of the standard, but of also the experiences of each of these different individual athletes coming into this. I've read about some skaters who have had no ice available to them throughout the entire summer. Mm-hmm. We've got other athletes, as we'll see in the men's event, who could potentially be future Olympians in 2026. So massive discrepancy in what the athletes have en route to this event, but certainly that's what makes it all the more exciting for us to spectate.
Yeah, it's very important that we communicate to our audience that in the Junior Grand Prix is perhaps one of the few events that has such a wide range of abilities, because it's open to all nations that are members of the ISU. So on the Senior Grand Prix, you have to qualify through points to be able to get to that level. So the standard is very high. But here we're going to have skaters who could compete as seniors, well, not age-wise, but quality-wise. And then we're going to have skaters kind of starting out in their career, right? We have skaters from Chile and from Kuwait and from all over the world. I think that makes it interesting.
It absolutely does, and there is no minimum technical element score required to compete here. So we have seen some skaters who haven't even made double digits in their points, and then we've seen some skaters that have gone over hundreds of points, such as their quality. And I just think, as you so wonderfully put on previous seasons when we've worked together, the lesser standard skaters help us to appreciate the difficulty of our sport. And sometimes, for me, who's been further and further removed from my own competitive days, we start to lose sight perhaps sometimes of how complex this is and how much life commitment it takes to be of the standard that we look forward to seeing at the very highest level.
Yeah, and also we use the word courage a lot, and the skaters at the top, how much courage it takes to do what they do. But for me, even the lesser skaters, the lesser, technical skaters, I think it takes even more courage because they can see what the top skaters are doing and they know that they're not doing that level yet, but they come out with pride and do the best that they can do. That takes a huge amount of courage.
And the inclusion of different skating nations and skaters that perhaps don't have access to the same kind of training facilities that we know the elite do, that leads in increasingly to the ISU's Vision 2030, and the Go ISU concept for opportunity is to expand global skating populations. So
they're doing that.
They're absolutely doing that. And so, of course, when we introduce, a greater global skating participation, inevitably, at the earlier stages, the athletes aren't going to be as experienced or as strong.
No, exactly. We'd like to welcome to the broadcast the parents, the mom and dads, the aunts and uncles, the brothers and sisters of all these young athletes probably watching at home and nervous to watch their family members. And we welcome them to the broadcast, and we know and understand and appreciate how many people it takes to put an athlete on the ice, and that emotional feeling to see your family member representing their country internationally online here. So we welcome you to the broadcast, and of course to all the other fans from around the world as we begin in the Junior Grand Prix circuit.
And they say it takes a village to create an athlete, and so often I read when we're researching the athletes as we see the triplets down there so well, that many of these skaters will have a sibling that also skates or have a parent that has skated, and so
or volunteered.
And
or
so
voluntold.
Yeah, true. And so we just thank all of the people involved, and the siblings that are watching. They're a big part of it too, because they have the sacrifices that they have to give to see their sibling thrive.
Exactly. And a lot of these new skaters, we won't have a lot of information on them yet. There are many of them are brand new to the Junior Grand Prix, so we don't have a big bio on them.
Yeah.
We do have some information, so that will change as we move along in the series. And some people we have, their whole history because they've been on the Junior Grand Prix for 3 or 4 years, plus they're at the top of the game. So we've done our research as much as we can. We'll learn more as we are on site, get to speak to the coaches periodically, get some background. I know you've got some stories. You've done a great job on the research. As we get started here, first group, 2025-2026 skating season starts
right now.
There you go. There you go. Well, our first skater, 17 years old, Trisha Tong from Australia. First Junior Grand Prix season, just coming off a second place finish at the Oceania International in Melbourne. She's ranked 5th in Australia in juniors at nationals, and she'll skate to popsicle.
Tricia Tong from Australia starts the ISU Junior Grand Prix Series 2025. And so much respect and admiration for this young woman. She's obviously travelled a long, long way to be able to skate here. And her rink, and so many of the rinks in the part of the world that she skates in have closed recently. There was some structural damage to the rink in Canterbury where she skates in 2022, so the rink was forced to close. And so she's had to struggle hard chasing ice time with her coach Kylie to be able to prepare for this event. But just so much respect for the commitment to the sport, and obviously a great love for the sport to push through those challenges that she's had. But she's in great hands with her coach Kylie, who's passionately committed to supporting the athletes as we look back through some of the steps here, working both body movement, good use of the body movement feature within the step sequence there. And she's here supported by one of the resident local coaches, Olga Kovalkova, who we'll see throughout the event, who's so integrally involved in the facilitation of the events here in the Volvo Sports Centre.
Well, you can see nice smile, good discussion between the coach and the athlete. And the joy, you can see the joy on her face just having been the first skater out.
Yeah, and this is such a great example of our community here, because we've got different coach that's supporting an athlete from a different continent. We know the family and their friends and the coaches are watching at home on the stream. And as you said, a village that it takes to create Tricia's participation in this event. And good to see her smiling at the end of the first stage.
One of the cool things about what we get to do is see these young athletes first time out in the Junior Grand Prix, so excited to be here, to see the other skaters, to see the ISU, and just see the presence of all that. And they're so excited to be here. Love that rawness, if you will, that natural and real feeling of excitement to participate.
Yeah, and I mean, there's so many variables to consume, and for Tricia, just being here in the Olympic-sized ice rink, that she's not got access to Olympic-sized rink currently. The rink will hopefully reopen next year, but there's so many things it's a sort of sensory overload for Tricia while she's here. And she has absolutely conducted herself well. And being the first to go out. You're in your first Junior Grand Prix, you're in a different continent, you're working with a different coach to support you whilst you're here, you're away from home, and she's drawn first to skate. That's a big deal. That's a pretty scary prospect, and yet she's conducted herself with a composure that belies her relative lack
Let's
of
take a look at the scores for Tricia Tong from Australia. First skater out, 31.07. And she'll start off the competition. And now she has a score registered on the Junior Grand Prix that will follow her. Our next skater, 14-year-old Elizabeth de Bern from Switzerland. Second Junior Grand Prix season last year, 9th in Ostrava, 10th in Ljubljana. Swiss junior bronze medalist. She's coached by Linda Van Troyen and Sindra Krissa. 48.63, earning that last season on the Junior Grand Prix. Skating the short program to Smile by Charlie Chaplin.
Well, the smile to conclude the performance for Elizabeth de Bern, in fitting obviously with the vocal of the choice of music, but the smile very genuinely delivered on her face thanks to a clean skate. And this is a skater that stood out for us last year, I think in Gdansk, I think it was, and we were impressed then. Since then, she's actually performed an art on ice with some of the world's best skaters in front of huge audiences, and you can see her performance level has improved even more since 12 months ago.
Oh, what a great work on the triple Lutz, triple toe loop. Later in the program, we see the double axel. Great extension, good turnout of the toe. Here's the loop. Nice. And here's the triple Lutz, triple toe loop. Good back outside edge, good height all the way around. Triple toe loop, gets it done. Good extensions. Beautiful camel spin.
Yeah, a very all-rounded skater. Level 4 coming in for all the spins. A level 3 step sequence, which is no mean feat. And not one element of the 7 to achieve a negative grade of execution. Everything coming up favorably as the tech panel just reviewed the change foot combo spin.
Yeah, one review. That's a good indication of the quality of this skater. There's the smile at the end, right?
And also testament to how well prepped for an event to come out in the first Junior Grand Prix and deliver a clean short program. She's joined by coach Linda Van Trooyen, and she proudly showcases the Swiss jacket, the country she represents proudly.
Well, great progress made from last season to this season, starting out early on the Junior Grand Prix. We'll take a look at her scores. She has a 61.02, great score. Second skater out. She takes the lead early on. 2 thumbs up with energy. Well, it's so great to see. Great skate and great score for her. There is our next skater, Camilla Winter Poulsen from Denmark, 19 years old, 2-time national Danish junior champion, 22nd last season in Gdansk on the Junior Grand Prix. She has a 48.96 top score last year on the Junior Grand Prix for the short program. And she'll skate to Jazzman by Beth Hart.
Camilla Winter Poulsen from Denmark completes her short program, and Camilla graduated and finished high school earlier this summer, and she's only had a month of on ice really preparing for this junior Grand Prix, but she said now thanks to the fact that she's completed her high school she can focus a little bit more, and I think this a rough short program for her, but knowing the background, this is the beginning of the building blocks to take her towards seniors, which is her goal.
This sport is really difficult, but add that to the difficulty of general life and you add this, that is not easy early on in the season, particularly. There's the triple Lutz. Looking pretty good on the takeoff, started to lean in the air, takes the fall on that. This is the double axle over rotated, and just the double loop.
This was cool.
And that's always risky too. It looks easy to look at, it's hard to get up,
yeah.
right?
Fresh eyes.
Yeah.
And I think the program for Camilla was complex and intricate, and there was lots, even here in the spin and in the finish position, there was a lot of consideration and effort gone into the composition of the program. The program listed to have been choreographed by Ivana Reitmayarova, and great effort, but perhaps it's just because of the high school commitment, because of the lack of ice available throughout the off-season, just not able to come into this as prepped as she would like. However, having heard from Camilla, the aspiration is to go to seniors. She'll be mindful of what's necessary. She's got, we know she can do the difficult triples.
And didn't hold back.
No,
I mean, you got to
true.
go for it. The triple Lutz look good on the takeoff. You can see that she can do it. She just didn't do it here in competition first week. Strong. And sorry.
I was going to say, Ted, having seen the warm-up, and I think it was perhaps practice this morning, you could see that the triple Lutz was problematic in practice, and you have to applaud then the skater for continuing to push through and go for it. This isn't the Olympic Games. This isn't vying for a medal or a qualification for a major championships. This is still very much developmental and good to go for it.
When doubt creeps in, then it has an effect as you go on until you eliminate that doubt and just go for it. And it's early in the season, so you sort of stick with bad habits until you correct that, and that takes time, and she hasn't had a lot of time because she's been busy doing other things in her life, for sure. Her 43.45, earning that at the junior. Oh no, wrong one. Sorry.
She's actually had as high in Gdansk last year's 48.96.
48.96. Yeah. And here is the short program score for Camilla, 32.90, and she looks a little shy on that score and what she's capable of, for sure, and puts her currently into second place. There's a look at our next skater from Great Britain, Alice Smith, 14 years old. Great Britain junior bronze medalist last year, 39th at Junior Worlds, 17th last season in Ankara Junior Grand Prix, 43.45 personal best in the short program, skating to that jazz.
Great Britain's Alice Smith gets the job done. Another big jump combo, triple lutz, triple toe early in this competition. This is a skater who said her motto is I live life on the edge, but to skate or not to skate, there is no question. Totally committed to her life as a figure skater. And she, I think, will be, oh yes, good. She's in the moment and present enough to take a wave to the camera.
Yeah, really nice job. I mean, there are things that she's going to clean up and tidy up, but good aggressiveness, good performance, good ice coverage. As we take a look here at the triple lutz, watch the landing. That looked all the way around. Not sure that's under for sure on that triple toe loop. As we take a look at the panel, good sit spin, good speed throughout, nicely centered. Here's the triple loop. Watch the landing. Look pretty good.
Yeah. And here we see some of the interpretation that was allowed to express more and more when that triple loop was complete. She was saying that the story behind this short program is of a young girl who adores dancing and improvises to any music that she knows. And you could see a little glimpse of that presentation laterally when the difficult technical element stuff was done. And hopefully as the season progresses, we'll see more of that vivacious smile.
A really nice job. Great energy, good technique. As she gets a little stronger, they'll tighten up a little bit more in the air, get all the way around on that triple toe loop on the backside of the lutz.
And a great example of a skater delivering on the technical element score, and she will hopefully be able to utilize the experience here of seeing others with stronger program component scores with more speed, more ice coverage. That will be the differentiation with what we see from Alice to Elizabeth de Bern, who currently leads, and what we can expect to see from the likes of Yota Kage from Japan, who will compete a little later on.
You know, Mark, it's so interesting to see. We've seen the skaters last year, how much they've improved this season as they grow and change. Let's take a look at the scores for Alice Smith from Great Britain. There it is, 54.34. It's a pretty good score. That'll put her currently into second place. There's a look at your first four skaters in this event. One to come in group number one. And there is Elina Goidina, 15 years old, second in Estonia Senior Nationals. She was the Senior National Champion back in 2023, seventh at Junior Worlds last year. She's coached and choreographed by Sergei Rozanov. 64.15 is her best score in the short program. Skating to New Day will rise.
Elina Gaidina from Estonia, the third program in this first group that is a clean skate with triple lutz, triple toe. But what was so wonderful to see in this performance is that increased layering of presentation and composition, so much detail to fingertip extension to emotional commitment.
Well, you can see not just the movement of the choreography, but the feeling of it. She had a little bit more passion and emotion into that movement in the choreography, which added, and I think we'll see that in the score. So we take a look at some of the replays here. And good start to this competition, Mark. Here's the triple loop, nice and tight and fast in the air. You see those young skaters. Watch this Ina Bauer step right up off the edge into the double axel.
I mean, that's crazy difficult.
There's the Lutz up in the air, maybe a little itchy on the triple toe loop landing, but pretty good overall.
And I mean, from the outside Bauer entry into the double axel and the way in which she extended her left arm afterwards, just so much detailing. Even here, the commitment to her fingers, there's just a huge amount of work that you can see. And as she sits with Coach Sergei Rozanov, you can see this is a skater who is obviously committed huge numbers of hours and attention to detail to be able to deliver that kind of quality at 15 years of age.
No question. 64.15 is her personal best. She earned that at the World Junior Championships last season, where she was 7th. So that's a good placement from last season, looking to improve on that now. And you can see she has all the skills.
And this is better than the Estonian test skates last week. She had a small step out of the triple loop there. So, you know, we're still relatively early in the season and she's closing it. Well, this might not be a personal best, but I think you can see the work that has been done through the off-season, which will, by the end of the season, undoubtedly secure personal best for this skater.
Well, she'll only get stronger and faster. 63.77, a little shy of her personal best, but that'll put Elina Gaidina from Estonia currently into first place. And there is a look at the standings so far after group number 1. That's impressive. Good start.
Very impressive to have that level of technical difficulty delivered in the first group. Hopefully a sign of things to come, but it is a random draw that we have in the Junior Grand Prix, so there's not a seeded ranking start order as we would see in some of the senior competitions, so who knows what's yet to come.
Yeah, we know. We talked about that. We're going to see some skaters from other nations that don't have the same amount of ice time or facilities. And so that's what's cool about the Junior Grand Prix is we're going to be thrilled with the skater that may have the double Salchow, the double loop, or whatever for their skate. It's the best they can do. And those that are skating at this level as well. So it's a wide range. You take a look at our American skaters here. Sherry Zhang.
And for the
both Americans and Angela Zhao on this warm-up as well.
And that's completely random, the draw. The American skaters, for them, you know, as we've discussed in previous seasons and as we will continue to discuss over the course of this 2025 season, the skaters coming in have different journeys, of course, and for the American athletes to make the Junior Grand Prix, to be selected, is a great challenge. Consequently, we can expect to see a higher standard from them because they're coming from a pool of much greater skaters.
No question. Well, in the United States, they have a competition in Milwaukee in July where they bring all their juniors there, not all of them, but a certain number of them that can battle for the opportunity to skate at a Junior Grand Prix or be selected to teams. And it's a really high-level competition. And these skaters then earn that right through that competition and consider other considerations to represent the country on the Junior Grand Prix. And so Americans have done pretty well over the last few years, both in senior and junior.
Yes. And obviously the current and reigning senior world champion hails from the same nation, Alyssa Cisney, a surprise world champion from Boston.
Yes.
And I think, Ted, as we watch this warm-up group, I think one of the most coveted things for any of the skaters to have is the team jacket. And you can see US figure skating have different team jackets this year with national team
And the word
largely
team,
emblazoned.
yeah, no kidding, yeah. You can really read that, even at my age.
Yeah, you're right, the word team.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting to hear that. And actually, it brings up a good and interesting discussion point about team. And what I would say is American women skaters are obviously doing very well, and Amber Glenn was obviously very successful through the Grand Prix series last year. But what the American women on the senior ranks have, perhaps largely in part to Amber Glenn, is a sense of camaraderie and team within the women. And it was interesting, I was listening to a podcast recently and talking about often our sport can have, because it is competitive, sometimes it can have a toxic nature when it can be aggressively competitive between individuals. But the American women last year, between Isabeau Levito and Amber and Alyssa, demonstrated such wonderful support of each other, and I'm sure that'll drip feed to
And
the
I
juniors.
wonder whether that was born maybe a little bit from Kaori Sakamoto. Because she is like that with the world, not just with her team.
Well, one of the most heartwarming things to see in our sport last year was the way in which Kaori Sakamoto embraced Alyssa Sisney when she lost her world title to her. That was just
amazing. That to me beat just the skate itself. That was just humanity, and that was a special moment.
And if you are an avid skating fan or new to our sport, as last season at the World Championships, the athletes, when they completed their program, they were moved slightly to the side of the kiss and cry, so then each next athlete, they would be very close to them. And the way in which the athletes responded to the subsequent scores, finding out if they were beaten or if they'd moved up in the standings, was a fascinating insight into the psychology of the athletes. But it was also, as we saw, an opportunity to see sportsmanship on occasion at its very finest.
They're all part of the same family.
Yeah.
It's a skating family, and you could see that. And just in doing that, the ISU making that move, I think it helped to contribute to that support of each other. Even though they want to beat each other, or they want to do their best and hopefully beat each other, at the same time they recognize what their competitors have gone through in life and support them and give them that emotional.
And that takes me to Vision 2030 and the Go ISU. And one of the of the Go ISU, this mandate for Vision 2030, one of them is unity. And there's a desire for the ISU to enhance collaboration, and that starts on the ice, and when the skaters are supporting one another, we get a better product for all at the end.
Yeah, and we'll talk a little bit about I'm not sure if it's called the safe zone.
What they had at World Championships?
Yeah.
There was a room for the athletes, safe space. I can't remember.
Yeah, sometimes they had a dog there, or they were laid down, a very comfortable zone to keep them calm and keep them sort of supportive, and I think it's a great initiative.
And that's, again, part of the safeguarding for the promoting the athlete's physical and mental well-being, and great to see that that's part of Vision 2030, is to promote athlete mental well-being as well, because, you and I know competing at this level is intense, and it's as much mental as it is physical, and so great to see that the ISU are mindful of that. It's not just preserving the physical bodies of these humans, but mentally supporting them too.
And we'll talk a lot about 2030 vision. It's certainly something that we've heard about a lot of ideas. There's a lot of discussion on the table, and they're not saying, oh, well, don't think that. They said open forum here, put all the concepts and the ideas about our sport, about how to present it perhaps differently, how to make some changes, keeping the sport, the beauty, the technicality, but can we do it a different way? Love that open-mindedness to search for a better way, having been involved in that many years ago. So it's thrilling, and you'll learn more as the season, of course, this Olympic season stays the same. Yeah. After that, things will begin to change. Let's get going. Group number 2 of 6, day 1 here in Riga. I'm Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanratty. We're back together.
Hey.
Dangerous duo. Our next skater, Elena Moseko from France, 16 years old, 3rd Junior Grand Prix season, 16th last year at Wuji Junior Grand Prix.
opening the second group in the women's short program. We see the first of the local skaters from Latvia, and not just representing the nation, but representing this rink. Mariama Sasina skates here, trains here. She was 27th in this event last year, and you can see the Latvian flag waved in support, and you could perhaps just hear a little bit more crowd reaction in support of this skater as she greets Olga, her longtime coach, ringside. And Mariama, quite possibly a skater who has been seeing events of this caliber held in her home city for many years.
As we take a look, there's the triple Lutz a little bit later in the program. Good execution getting through that really strong program for this young woman. There's the double axel near the end. Her personal best is 36. I think she's going to beat that.
Oh, comfortably.
Yeah.
It was great to see Mariama nailing the triple Lutz double toe as confidently as she did, which was better than which was done in warm-up, and that I think is so admirable when a skater can deliver better in the program than in the warm-up. Such a testament to their mental resilience or their training, which is done here.
I apologize. I had mentioned the wrong skater to start with.
Well,
my mistake.
I've mentioned the wrong name of the world champion when we're talking. I said Alyssa Sisney instead of Alyssa Liu, so don't worry, Ted. We're starting with our clangers early on.
Yeah, well, we got to get that off our chest. But it's a long 7 weeks. We're going to make some mistakes here and there, that's for sure. We'll try not to.
Shaping hearts. Thank you, Mariama.
Well, let's take a look at the scores for Mariama. 45.53. That'll put her currently into 4th place. Good job. And there's the first of the American teams representing the United States. 16-year-old Sherry Zhang. 6th in seniors at the U.S. Nationals. This is her 3rd Junior Grand Prix season. She was ranked 8th at the Junior Worlds back in 2023. 60.52 personal best, earning that back in 2023, skating the short program to East of Eden. Well, Mark, shades of the great Michelle Kwan from the United States world champion. 7 elements in the short program. There are 4 under review.
It was interesting. That was going to be my statement. Is that the finish, the arms through her neck, through her head, the spiral on the crescendo and the music at the start of the step sequence. She's obviously studied the 5-time world champion from her nation as well. And a skater that is of such quality in Sherry Zhang that she can deliver. It's not to try to mimic Michelle Kwan is going to be difficult because she was so brilliant, but Sherry Zhang has such quality in this double axel from the spread eagle and then this gorgeous flow out, indicative of her quality. But of course the technical element score is not going to be anything she wants to see.
And that was under rotated and has to take the fall as well. Here's the triple loop on an angle. Let's take a look on the panel. They're looking at that right now, actually, the technical panel.
But this right forward outside spiral was on music. I think the same point in music
exactly.
when Michelle did the change
Plus
of edge.
the little falling leaf as well.
Yep.
Yeah. A beautiful skater. Unfortunate on the Lutz because we've had some very successful, pretty clean programs earlier on in the competition.
Yeah, and I do think Sherry had probably the greatest amount of flow and ice coverage, even greater than that of Gaudina, who leads at present. That's definitely straight out the Michelle Kwan book there, but I think this, shows the volatility of our sport. Sherry Zhang, I think, could have been the leader based on the quality we can see behind the mistakes, but inevitably today, too many mistakes made on the most valuable elements, the jump combination and the loop.
As we wait anxiously in the kiss and cry for the scores for Sherry, knowing that triple Lutz is going to be costly. You see Coach Chris Pottinger. And there it is, a 52.78. And that'll put Sherry currently into 4th place, still somewhat within range, but she'll have to make up some of those points in the free program, which she's totally capable of doing, of course.
Good to see that smile and wave at the end.
But numerous skaters yet to come.
And now we move on to 16-year-old Lithuanian Evelina Stavikaite. Born to Lithuanian parents but raised in Canada. Well, another clean skate, this time for Evelina Stevikai. As I said, she was raised in Canada, but now she continues her journey in Kaunas, Lithuania. She's studying at the Kaunas Lyceum, combining her education with intensive training. And to be able to combine the education and still deliver a clean skate in one of the earliest competitions of the season is real testament to the professionalism of Evelina.
Kaunas, of course, hosted a Junior Grand Prix a number of years ago. Did such a wonderful job. Great city. It's real university city. As we take a look at some of the elements in this program, there's the double axel. That was nice. Good extension on the landing, right up into a spread eagle. Here's the triple Lutz. Looked like that pick was mistimed, but she worked it out really nicely. Here's the triple loop a little bit later. And we see that all clear on the judging system. Step sequence into level 3 and the flying sit spin in at a 4. And there's the layback right at the end of the program. Nice side position, the back, just level 3, missing one of the features on that final element.
And with so many of the women skating what appears to be as close to their personal bests as they can, this then really gives us the opportunity, or gives them the opportunity for really clear feedback from the judges and the technical panel as to the results that they get. Because for Evelina, of course, she could consider triple-triple, which I'm sure she is working on. That will be an obvious way in which to boost her score, but it will be underneath that as well with the program components and the grades of execution that she can use to enhance. And here, again, we've got to give a shout out to Remo and Olga Kabalkova, who are supporting so many of the athletes whose coaches aren't here with them, joining Evelina in the kiss and cry.
Let's take a look at the scores for Evelina, 46.13, and that will put her currently into 5th place. A nod of approval. She had a good skate. She felt good coming off the ice, and then you compare your feeling of the skate with the score. She looked okay with that. Always hoping for more.
Yes.
Here's our next skater, representing the United States, Angela Zhao, 14 years old, new to the Junior Grand Prix circuit, 6th at U.S. Nationals in Junior, 2nd at the Challenge Cup in Tilburg, coached by Tammy Gamble, choreographed by Drew Meekins. Skating to Levian Rose.
Angela Shaw from the United States of America, and I can't believe how present this young woman was. And in terms of one of the three components, which is presentation, judges are looking for a demonstration of engagement, commitment, and an involvement based on an understanding of the music. And I was so impressed with how Angela seemed so present and in the moment and continuously delivering her presentation towards the judging panel.
Yeah, it wasn't just the choreography of the movement. It was the feeling of the movement, that she lived it, believed it, felt it, not just did it.
And I don't know, as we see this feedback, we'll look at the tech stuff.
There's the triple toe loop. Second one, looked good. Let's see, it's nice and clean. No reviews, actually, this whole program. There's the double axel. Oh, nice little bracket at the end there. And this sit spin start.
They're one of the features going from the low position to the high, and the camel variation, that another level, and now picking up into this upright, difficult variation and maintaining it for more than 8 rotations. So there are another 2 levels to secure a comfortable level 4.
You can see, took the time here as we take a look at the triple loop, took the time to smile and to look. As part of the program, she was patient.
Yeah, and choreography was good. The composition of the program was good because it gave the patience that the music, I suspect, demanded. And I'm not quite sure if she's a born actress great at performing or whether or not it was an innate joy at being there, but she just oozed a kind of joy. She really did.
Really natural. Beautiful. Great job. There's Tammy Gamble, great coach in the United States. Turned out so many good seniors and juniors, many juniors over the years on the Junior Grand Prix. And she has to be happy with that skate.
And I'm sure another person happy watching will be your brother Alan. He's on the 2025 US Figure Skating National Development Team, and I'm pretty sure he'll be watching and supporting.
Well, let's take a look at the scores for Angela. 58.70, and that'll put her currently into third place, and a big nod of approval by Angela for that score, and especially for that skate. Great job.
Next is skate representing Italy, Naomi Yost.
17-year-old Naomi Yost from Italy, third Junior Grand Prix season, 13th in Bangkok last year. Naomi's sister, Serena, 2 years older, competes at the world level in skating. Both represented Switzerland before switching to Italy. 43.38 personal best from last season's skating to bridges.
Well, it's wonderful to see Noemi Use back in competition. After we last saw her 12 months ago, she had a stress fracture on her foot and had 5 months off the ice. So
Wow.
great to see her back and able to perform the programs that she had intended to use last season, but unable to do so after that early injury in the season last year.
Yeah, it's so important, Mark, that you bring up some of these stories so people understand not just what they saw, but what led up to what they saw. And for Naomi, a pretty good program.
Yeah, obviously technical mistakes, as we'll see on this triple-triple, using the Salco as the first part of the combination. That was okay. Working hard to try to dig deep, but a lack of rotation will bring that score.
Yeah, 7 elements, 5 under review, so there's lots of little things in there, but what I meant is pretty much, just standing up on the elements, getting back on the ice, getting the feel. Look at this. Back movement here, setting up the double axle right off the end of the edge, arms back, up into the air. Nice flow.
Nice.
Yeah.
And here, working the side to back feature before pulling the right blade to head.
It's interesting. You can't imagine how difficult it is to have so much time off the ice, to come back and compete at this level. And people who are watching wouldn't even know about that journey to get there. So quite often, this is a victory, even though there are some mistakes in the program. It might be a victory in their mind.
Yeah, and Noemi, I'm sure, works so well with the support of her sister, Serena, who's actually competing currently in the Robin Cousins Cup in Sheffield today. So these two sisters really do support each other, and I'm sure that was pivotally helpful during the injury time.
Mom and Dad,
oh my gosh,
folks
stress
and
levels.
family watching both locations here in Riga and in Great Britain as well. Well, her personal best in the short program, earning that in Bangkok last year, is 43.38. And we'll see if she can beat that score here today.
And actually, interestingly, this year, the skaters on the app for this event, they can keep up to date with what the judges' feedback is very much quicker than previously. So the skaters, Linda Van Trooyen there, could well be checking the input from the technical panel as to
live scoring.
Yeah.
Exactly. And, that's really good because, again, there's 7 elements and 5 under review, because you're going to want to take a look at that and say, we need to clean that up, because you don't want them looking into too much detail. If you're already clean, they don't look at it.
Yeah.
If there's anything that might be slightly off a little bit, or they're wondering, they're going to put a review in. Let's take a look at the scores for Naomi. 47.62, and that'll put her currently into 6th place after 2 groups. Well, overall, pretty good start to the competition. Mark?
Really impressive from the women that have competed already, and hopefully, as we've seen in the past, good energy in a venue, good energy in the changing room after they've taken their skates off will pave the way for the rest of the competition to be equally successful, if not more so.
As we take a look at the standings so far after 2 groups, and we're going to step aside and take a break during the first break of 7 weeks.
And during this Ice Resurface, you will get the chance to look at some of the figure skating basics series that we conducted last year. So stay tuned if you want, but we right now need a little reprieve.
I looked a little younger in that one.
Well, 12 months ago,
Yeah, exactly. Well, at this stage, it's all good. We'll be back. Stay tuned right after this. Welcome to the Basics of Skating. Now, this series is designed for those new viewers that don't know much about our sport, and we're going to go into a little detail on some of the elements, Mark.
Yeah, we're going to start with understanding the 6 different figure skating jumps, and we're going to start with the axel, which I believe is probably the easiest for a new viewer to spot.
It is. It's the only jump that you go forwards on, and it's a little scary because you're jumping into space, but Mark here is a brave soul, and he is going to demonstrate for us, so I'm going to back out of this shot. Bravo!
Any good jump, the biomechanics are so important, and it's really crucial that the athlete and the skater has total command over all their limbs and making sure that both the arms and the free leg all work together at the point of takeoff.
Now remember, that is the only jump of all of them that takes off forward. It's kind of difficult. It's one of the first jumps the skaters learn as well. Let's take a look at the Salchow jump now, different from the axle, Mark.
That's forward takeoff with the axle. This is the first of the jumps we take off from backwards, and it'll be a back inside edge that takes off and dictates the salco.
Back inside edge takeoff, little movement on that free leg. There's the salchow. Now we're going to take a look at the loop jump. Now this is the one jump that does not have a second leg assist, like a toe pick or like the use of the free leg. There's just one edge. The free leg is crossed in front of the takeoff edge, and it just pretty much stays there through the takeoff and into the air rotation position. Just one edge in and one edge out. That's a look at the loop jump. Now we're going to take a look at the toe loop, which is different than the axle and the salchow. Those were edge jumps. This is the first toe jump that you're going to see, Mark.
Yes, and there are lots of different entries into the toe loop, but the important part is that the final edge is on our back outside edge, and we tap in to assist the takeoff.
Well, not too bad. Good extension on the landing.
That's all I've got.
And now we're going to take a look at the flip jump. Now, once again, this jump uses the toe pick to help lift the skater in the air. Mark?
And like the toe loop, there are lots of different entries that the skaters will use to get to the jump, but the important part here is a back inside edge on takeoff.
You know, you cover up a lot of flaws with that nice extension.
I mean, you hell if I know it.
Now we're going to take a look at the Lutz jump. This is quite similar to the flip jump, except the takeoff edge is then outside as opposed to the flip being an inside. Kind of a little complicated and difficult to see so quickly. Mark?
Yes, difficult to spot, but should the skater take off with the incorrect edge, it can have big implications on their points.
Nice, strong back outside edge, good strong pick, beautiful extensions. And that is the Lutz.
And now you hopefully know the differences between the different figure skating jumps, so please try and test yourself when you're watching some of the world's best figure skaters.
The following skaters will now take class for a 6-minute warm-up. From Sweden, Nora Koppens. From Iceland, Elisa Patrikusdottir. From Finland, Annika Karama.
And we are back in week 1 of the Junior Grand Prix 2025-2026. I'm Ted Bart along with Mark Hanratty as we take a look at group number 3 on the ice in the warm-up and the current standings so far after 2 groups.
And we have already had some questions sent in. Those that were listeners to the Junior Grand Prix series last year will know that the shout-outs were made on the ISU social media channels. For any questions that you may have, please feel free to send those in. And Ted and I would be very happy to try to answer your questions. As to whether or not we can do that successfully remains to be seen.
Well,
you can be the judge of that.
I
guys.
get the easy ones, and
Okay.
you get the very difficult and controversial ones.
Well, you know, I just have to accept my position in this hierarchy.
Or low-archy.
So, okay,
Let's go.
I'll run the question by you, and you can debate whether or not you just back
Take
back
it or
to
not.
me.
Okay,
So-
tennis match.
As a commentator, how do you remain disinterested in who wins and who doesn't? So,
Oh, I see. Like, are we... do we-
impartial?
Yeah, I totally am. I'm only partial to the best skater winning, to good skating. Like, I mean, I feel terrible when a skater who, you know, might be the leader kind of going in doesn't and has a sad moment. You know, I'm partial to the feelings of the athletes, really, more than anything. So you want the best skater to win, no question, because every situation is sort of different. So I don't really have any favorites, except for my favorite is the skater that should win.
Yeah, and when you were saying about, you know, you connect with the athletes, when it gets to the seniors, and hopefully many of the skaters that we are all enjoying watching on the Junior Grand Prix will transcend into the senior ranks, and we will be able to avidly follow their careers. And with that increased connection with the athletes, we get more sentimentality towards them. So when I'm watching Senior World, say, I could not judge, because I just want each and every one of them to go out and win.
Yeah.
Each and every one of them to go out and you know, become top dog.
And, you know, I know people say, oh, come on, you got to have your favorite. No, really, honest to gosh, I don't, because they're all great people. It's not an issue, and they're all really good skaters. And so anything can happen on that day.
And I don't know about you, Ted, but for me, I can have skaters who stylistically I gravitate to enjoying more, or they're skaters I perhaps enjoy watching more from a performance aspect, but because I spend, and you and I spend so much time understanding that the way the judges have to judge and the technical panels have to assess the performances, I kind of disconnect from my own emotional feel so much as understanding why the result will be the result it will
exactly.
be.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're right. I mean, I can see a program that I go, that is the coolest program I have seen for years. And you say, I hope they skate well. So
Yeah.
the program gets reflected as well. So I suppose in that way, you might have a program that you love the most, but not necessarily the skater, just the program, right? So...
And
Okay,
actually-
okay, we're going to stop answering this one question because we're
spin
going
it
down the
out.
We're going down the rabbit hole.
Actually, I'm going to take you to one. I'm going to take it a wee bit further. I'm going to be bold and go a little further, insofar as talking about our kind of, if we have a personal bias perhaps to any athlete or not. I was listening into a podcast recently which was taking us back through the ages of of our sport,
Mhm.
and it was actually referencing the pairs in 2002, a pivotal moment in our sport and when it changed our sport. But it was interesting to look then back at performances of skaters in the old judging system,
Mhm.
because then now, with all the knowledge that we have amassed and the education that I have from this new system, I can see how results would be totally different now based on the way we judge the sport. And actually, it made me appreciate that the best skating wins now.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the best emotive performance.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
that's my
Yeah.
take on that. But that's not going into.
No, you're pretty good. Are we out of the, are we now out of the rabbit hole? That's
Yeah,
all
I think
wanna-
I'll
I think we
climb
climbed
back
out.
out of that one,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. What's next?
I put us there. So, what were your best jumps when you were skaters?
Bunny hop was good. Lutz. Lutz was my best jump. I just love that back outside edge. Just fly off that thing.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I loved it.
I used to love a Lutz. I think Axel was probably my better. Although it was always very dependent on the day. I could have given you my best jump was, well, today it's a toe loop and tomorrow it's a loop. It certainly wasn't Salco.
Oh, I hated that.
Yeah, it
Because
is.
I would always rip the heck out of it, and then you wouldn't lift and you just spin and no, terrible.
Sorry, Ulrich Salco from Sweden.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, what else? We got 1 minute left.
Why? Ooh, no, that's too much. We'll come back to that. What did you do in the off season?
Yeah, I retired from my main job. That was pretty cool. Love having more time. I'm getting older, but I feel brighter. But nobody else says that.
I think you look more alive and energetic than ever.
Yeah, no, it's great. Did a little fishing and skiing and all that kind of good stuff.
Living your best life,
And
Mr.
you were
Barton.
on Dancing on Ice, and you retired from that.
Yes.
And that's a big story, so we're going to talk about that a little bit later because we're down to 30 seconds here.
So now we might actually look at the skaters on the screen and
Yeah,
reference
that's a
them
good idea.
instead of us.
Yeah, there we
Although
go.
that was fueled by the questions sent in. And again, if you do want to hear us rambling on about ourselves anymore, please do send some questions, or perhaps questions about the skating.
Key word is babbling.
Babbling.
If you want to hear us babble on and keep asking those questions. But anyways, fun. Okay, here we go. Group number 3 of 6. Week number 1. Junior Grand Prix. Lots of great skaters, great skating coming up over the next 7 weeks.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Finland, Nora Koppens.
Our next skater, Nora Koppens from Sweden. She's coached by Monique van der Velden. First year on the Junior Grand Prix. She'll skate till I've got the music in me.
Sweden's Nora Koppens completes her short program in her Junior Grand Prix debut, and I really respect and admire Ted Nora and her team choosing to have a piece of music less conventionally used, the costuming a little bit different, the choreography a little bit different, and just an insight into a different take on the short program, and I thought she delivered it well.
Yeah, the interesting thing is with a choreographer or a coach is working with the personality that you have and getting them to try to experiment with different types of music. And I thought she did a pretty good job of this, and it's kind of a fun approach, kind of my era.
It's great.
Not the roots for me, but
no. Great track, and you can see from this opening movement that she delivered as we look at the triple loop. A little over rotated.
And there's the flying sit spin. Watch the pickup of speed right here as she pulls the free leg in into the center. Nicely centered, nicely centered spin.
And from our research, Nora hasn't competed internationally a huge amount. There aren't a lot of international assignments that we can get information on from this athlete on, but she comes with so much to offer, and I really strongly suspect and hope that this experience will catapult her improvements, because her coach Monique van der Velden will have explained to her all about the importance of sustaining the landing position on that triple loop, or to give all the information necessary for more scores, but the experience here of being around stronger athletes cements the coach's information.
Let's take a look at the scores. 43.18 for Nora, and that'll put her currently into 9th place. It's a little sad with that number. Free program to come yet. Our next skater represents Iceland, Sadis Heba Gudmunds' daughter, 16 years old, Iceland's junior champion, competed twice last year in the Junior Grand Prix. She's coached and choreographed by Jana Omenova. 37.46, her personal best from last season in the short. Skating to Storm by Eric Radford.
beautifully well controlled, difficult exit in the knee side out of the final layback spin. Forseda Hess representing Iceland. Strong double axel to start, triple toe.
Yeah, it needs to work a little bit on the rotation position,
Yeah.
get a little tighter with the knees and the ankles to speed that up a little bit. You know, it's always such a process, you know, each skater, a lot depends on how much time they have on the ice as well, because the polishing, if you will, or the fine details of positions in the air and takeoff, et cetera, needs repetition, repetition, repetition. If you don't have the time to get that repetitions, in theory, it's just in theory, right? And here, you really need to have it. Let's take a look at the double axle. Looks pretty good there. Gets around. That's clean. But in this triple toe loop, that's under-rotated by the technical panel and steps out. That's the combo, Mark.
And here you can see really good example of the change of edge rocking onto forward outside edge. This a sit spin feature a variation which will incur a higher level, and this to a variation of difficult position, so an upright variation there. That to trying to secure higher levels from the technical panel, as we see the Iceland jacket proudly waved.
We've seen a number of skaters over the season, or over the last few seasons, coming from Iceland, which is really nice to see. And it's difficult for them to have access to so many competitions to gain that experience.
And that's another part of the International Skating Union's objectives. And actually, Coach Jana Omelanova, she was at one of the ISU coach development programs. So the ISU working with Jana to try to help her and support her to then further pass that encouragement and education on to the likes of Seiras Heba, who she supports here. And that said, though, you know, the coaches can have all of the information and knowledge, but if you don't have the resources with which to deliver, or the time, and another big factor for these skaters could well be the education constraints that they have, or just the facilities that are on offer to them.
Yeah, so much goes into it, and everybody's not necessarily equal as far as opportunity goes. 32.41 for Seiras. That'll put her currently into 11th place. Our next skater represents Finland, 14-year-old Annika Pelenma, third at the Finnish Junior National Championships, competed twice on the Junior Grand Prix last year. 47.23, season's best from Riga. She'll skate till you can't stop the beat.
can see the reaction there from Annika Palanma from Finland. The double axel in that program was so good, and that an indication of the quality of the skater, and also the triple loop so late in the program difficult. Even for me, the composition of the program by putting the flying sit spin first suggests that this is an athlete who has a lot of confidence. Just today, the huge costly mistake on the triple combination is the reason why you can see her so despondent.
Yeah, great energy in that program. You mentioned, you think it was from last season.
Yeah, I think that the program that we saw from last year, and one that suits her well. And
look at her, yeah.
This is a young woman who's from a figure skating family. Her mother was a former figure skater. She started skating at 2 years old when she was inspired by her older sister. And she said that when she and her sister were little, they hosted their own little competitions at home, Ted, and then went on to compete with each other. Yeah, there, though, you can see the big flying. This was amazing. The back counter and the flow on the landing was
a
great.
nice landing position as well on that. Good stretch.
And I've seen her working, I think, on triple axels on her Instagram. So somebody that obviously wants, she's working on triple axels. She's got a difficult program layout with this triple loop at the back end of the program. She aspires high scores. It's just,
you feel bad when you see that reaction, but in some ways you kind of want that reaction because they want to be better.
Yes.
And they're not happy with that. So that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Everything about Annika is suggesting I want a lot, and everything about our coach is suggesting, yes, I know you want that, but also it's a long journey. Take your time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Which is also true, but you kind of want that fight in them. Not happy with that performance is not necessarily a bad thing.
No.
But if it gets too strong, then they always get down on themselves. So it's a fine balance.
Yeah, and I mean, figure skaters are always meant to conduct themselves so demurely. I quite like the honesty of this.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look at the scores for Annika. 43.34. And that'll put her currently in a 9th place. Certainly capable of more, and disappointed with that performance. We'll see what she comes back with in the free program. It's a process, and it takes the season. Give yourself a little break, but keep seeking out that perfection. Here we go. Ji Yu from Korea, 13 years old, first Junior Grand Prix season, 8th at the Korean Senior Nationals. And she's choreographed in the short by Stéphane Lambiel. And she'll skate the short to Sentimental Journey.
Well, so often we see skaters from Korea successful in the women's event on the Junior Grand Prix. This, though, a complete new entity. Ji Yoo-ho from Korea, and I was already in love with her movement from the very opening before any of the elements. I love the opening to this piece choreographed by Stéphane Lambiel.
We talked a little bit earlier about the sincerity of choreography. You can choreograph the piece, but is it sincere coming from the skater? And I felt certainly she had a flavor of that.
Yes. And there was a for me, sometimes some of the Korean women lack a refinement, but I think that there was an evident awareness of the need to have that from geo skating.
Look at that triple loop. Beautiful. Soft knees, good extension on the landing.
Interesting program placement or layout there.
Yeah. Here's the triple Lutz. Nice and clean on the landing. Reload. Up as high as she can get. Nice and tidy on the triple toe. Side position there to the back. That's a feature. There's the Bielman. And that spin is in at level 4. Ah, great job. I think we have a new leader here. I'm not sure. Let's take a look at the scores in just a moment. The leading score at the moment is 63.77 by Elina Godina from Estonia, currently in first place. We'll see if this tops that.
And again, when the skaters are skating cleanly, it just gives us the opportunity to further analyze what are going to be the differences. When the skaters go out and nail the jumps, then we look at the levels of the spins, and then we can delve a bit deeper and look into these program component scores and see what differentiates the skaters. And we're grateful the skaters are giving clean performances to let us do that.
Absolutely. 65.84, and you saw her just go, whoa, that's a good score. That'll put her currently into first place. She takes over the lead from Elina Godina of Estonia. She's top 5 on the leaderboard. Big smile. Next skater represents Latvia, Nikola Fomenchenkova, 17 years old, did not compete at last year's National second Junior Grand Prix season, placing 16th here last year in Riga. She's coached by Ekaterina Platonova. 55.79 personal best, actually back in 2022. And she'll skate to Sparkling Diamonds by Nicole Kidman.
Latvia's Nikola Fomchenkova, the 17-year-old, completes her short program. And we've been on quite a journey with Nikola. We've seen her compete here over the past few seasons when the Junior Grand Prix has taken place in Riga, and we continue to see her working towards peaking again. And you can see that she definitely has a quality of jumping technique.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought she did a really nice job. She hasn't had maybe the most opportunities on the international stage, but here at home on this day, she delivered a nice program. Just 3 reviews out of the 7 elements as we see some great character work at the top of the program. There's the Lutz all the way around into the double toe loop. Nice.
And here, great turnout of the free foot in the camel variation as part of the change foot combination spin. And they're working from the low to high. That another feature. And they're the final level feature to attempt to get change foot combo spin.
Well, it looks happy with that program in the Kiss and Cry.
Yeah, and she's been working with longtime coach Ekaterina Platonova for a long time, and looks like they have come prepared with matching coach to skater costume today in the pink.
The theme.
Yeah, you can tell. You know, that's what happens when you have a coach for a long time. You morph into into one another.
Get coordinated.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so nice to see that feeling of exhilaration on the face in the Kiss and Cry. Pleased with that skate. Now, of course, the result can move you up or down in regards to your emotions.
Yes, and Nikola has had great success at this event in the past and less stellar results. But what is good to see is that the coach-student relationship has maintained united throughout the highs and the lows.
So important, because quite often skaters and sometimes parents as well will look for that fast result. You never get a fast result. Maybe, you know, with the change of coach, sometimes you've got to stick it through. But everybody's a little bit different. 42.98 for Nikola, and that'll put her currently in 12th place. And that finishes group number 3 as we move on to group number 4 of 6 in the women's short program. First event on the first week of the Junior Grand Prix. Mark, you have questions, so as we watch the warm-up.
Yes, indeed. Thanks to those that have sent the questions in onto the ISU's social media. Question coming in from... I should vet the questions perhaps before I read them out. Question coming in from @NVTalia. What do you want to see perform, or who do you want to see perform out of all the new debuting skaters in ice dance?
Oh my gosh, we're ahead of ourselves. We're just trying to get through here. I mean, that's tomorrow, the ice dance. I got in at midnight last night. I'm just trying to get organized here. That's too deep for me right now.
I think.
How about you?
Well, I think NVTalia is referencing perhaps what's coming up in the senior event as the season progresses.
Oh,
and
okay.
Maybe the return of Maya and Alex Shibutani is definitely going to be an interesting talking point. Athletes that won an Olympic medal 7 years ago, returning to competition, and the ice dance event at senior world championship level has had the same medalists or same top 4 contenders for the majority of this Olympic cycle, and now you've got people coming back, and the reigning Olympic champion Guillaume Cizeron now partnering up with a new partner. So the what we have come to expect or predict for the Olympic podium next year based on the last few World Championships has now been thrown into question with the return of others.
And the Senior Grand Prix is so important because then you'll start to see how things sort of sort itself out early on in the season. Doesn't really mean anything to the Olympics, of course, but you start to see, are they actually a threat or are they going to be a participant? You know, it's hard to tell, but we'll see more in the Senior Grand Prix.
Yeah, we look forward to how the seniors will unfold. And the next question coming in from @sci.n_z. How do you easily differentiate lutz and flip during live competition?
Well, after our life has been
yes.
in the sport, you just sort of naturally see it. I mean, for a person who doesn't recognize the difference, and we've done a little bit, I think, on the basics of skating on that. You know, one is from an inside edge, one is from an outside. We're supposed to be from an outside edge. And they can look different. But you'll see basically in the flip a turn just before. On the Lutz, you're going to see a backup, if you will, towards the Lutz. So a flip, you're going to see probably a forward skating or forward moves going into it, turning, then quickly going up the jump. On the Lutz, you'll probably see a backward entry a little bit more. Maybe that's an easier way. What are your thoughts as a dancer?
Well, interestingly, I mean, a million years ago I loved to jump, but now that doesn't happen. But I would say that technique, when the system changed, and then skaters were mindful of transitional entries into their jumping passes to try to secure higher points, sometimes then it became a little bit more debatable, especially dependent upon the quality of the technique of the athlete. But now, as Ted said, because we've spent our life watching these, we know probably more based on the technique that they're given and the perceived technique, what they're going for.
Yeah, you can read it before they actually do it, for the most part.
What I would say is, though, in the pairs discipline, which we'll see later on today, when it comes to throw flips and throw lutzes, I can't see a difference.
No, it's really hard.
But the base value is the same.
I look at the screen. It says what the judges do. Okay, what else you got next?
So next question from at esme.barrett.
That wasn't good when you go, oh.
Oh, well, it's, I better say it. How was it being on tour with Torvill and Dean? Saw you at the Birmingham show.
There you go. How was it?
That's a question pertaining to what I've been doing in the off-season. So in the last warm-up where we're talking about what we've been up to in the off-season, I was very fortunate to have been asked to perform in 1984 Olympic ice dance champions Jane Torvill and Christopher Dean's final tour. They are in their mid-60s and they were still continuing to perform, and they just did a tour around the UK and Australia, and I was fortunate enough to join a really good cast of professional skaters performing, and it was quite delightful.
Well, we would see every day we would see a little news clip from you skating, turned out toe, the extensions, and the the beautiful sets in the background. So that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was, and that's actually, Ted, you and I were talking about opportunities for the skaters, and sometimes we see often competitive skaters immediately becoming coaches, which is no bad thing, but there are so many avenues for the skaters to take, and I'm very fortunate that I've been able to continue in my ripe elder age of 40 still performing.
Now, am I correct? You have retired from professional, well, not maybe all, but from that show, because the show's over as well.
Yeah, so for 12 years I performed in the TV show in the UK and then did the touring stuff. I think my performing days are likely over.
Well, now you have to do that. Now you have to do that with your voice.
Yeah. as demonstrated awfully just now.
Final minute of this warm-up. Anything quick?
Does commentating for long hours? Does commentary for long hours sometimes get boring?
No. I mean, no, but sometimes we might sound boring because we get tired.
For you guys, it is.
For us, it's not boring, but it might be boring for you guys. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, we love it, and love working together because it's a lot of fun. And we love the sport. And
I think for us, we feel such a sense of responsibility to the skaters and their coaches that we don't get bored. The anxiety levels are too high to represent the skaters well to get bored.
And I think one of the comments is we're not just covering the skating that we're watching. We're doing that, of course, but we understand they listen to it. We understand the mom and dad and grandpa and grandma and brother and sister and aunt and uncle and everything are also listening to it. So it's important to be accurate and to be honest with what we see, at the same time supportive for the moment that they're going through. So that never gets boring because every skater is different and every moment is different. So there you go. That covers up the warm-up. Well done. More questions, throw them at us. Helps us fill time. Group number 4. I better get the first skater up here.
Some good questions still to come.
Yeah. Our next skater represents Luxembourg, 14-year-old Caroline Toft. Birthday coming up this Monday. She's new to the Junior Grand Prix Series, and this is her first international competition, according to the bio. And she will skate to Experience by Audi.
Caroline Tuft follows in the footsteps of her sister Rebecca, who did the Junior Grand Prix a few years ago. And she, representing Luxembourg here, her dad is Swedish, so she also speaks fluent Swedish. Indeed, I believe she's fluent in 3 languages.
Wow, amazing. And you know, we talked about some of the skaters that don't have the same opportunities or experience or amount of years in skating. This is a perfect example. She had some good parts of the program for her. It's definitely, clearly a different technical standard. Here's the brackets into the double axel and just too far forward. Hits the toe picks, loses the speed, double loop, no problem.
And here we just get an insight into the ice coverage and the amount that the blade glides and runs. And Caroline will continue to work in letting each edge run with more flow and more glide to help push those skating skills higher. Currently our skating skills are in the mid-3s range out of 10, and the leader's up in the 7s. So that just gives us a little reference point for the amount of speed and the flow and the glide, and that'll be something that Caroline will work on as she continues to improve her skating.
Yeah, it's a perfect opportunity for the skaters that come here. And sometimes it's hard because you see so many really good skaters and you haven't had the same experience and opportunities yet. But it's a learning experience. It either drives you forward, because you go, I want to get better, so what do I have to do? Well, I've been telling you to skate faster, or whatever the case may be. And then, yeah, I guess I better.
And actually
right?
what she should maybe do is, her brother is in Luxembourg's national ice hockey team for
Really?
under 18s and under 20s.
Oh.
Maybe she needs to do some cross training for speed with her brother.
Yeah.
And maybe I shouldn't say that though. That might cause a family argument. I don't know.
You just did say
Sorry,
it, and it's
whoops.
already out there. You know, jeez, Mark.
Sorry, Caroline.
Yeah.
But you can see that, you know, Caroline will know, of course, what's necessary. One thing knowing, one thing giving the chance to apply.
At 26.02 for Caroline Tuft from Luxembourg, that'll put her currently into 16th place. Our next skater represents Japan, Yo Takagi, 17 years old, 3rd Junior Grand Prix season, took the silver medal in Bangkok last season and was 5th in Wuji last year in the Junior Grand Prix. And she'll skate the short program to as long as you're there.
Passionate finish to the program for Yo Takagi from Japan. And in practice this morning, Yo just relentlessly practiced her triple combination. And that was big and successful. Just a surprise to see then the easiest jumping pass of the three, the double axel.
The double axel didn't really lift. I mean, great takeoff edge. Kind of like Kaori Sakamoto's great speed on that, but this did not lift and had to step out of that, maybe under rotated. It's under review. We'll take a look at that in a few moments. But great ice coverage. Deep knees, deep edges, as we've, come to know with the Japanese skaters. Wonderful skating skills.
Interesting that you referenced Kaori Sakamoto, because Yo Takagi has said that she aspires to be like the three-term world champion from her nation, Kaori. She also said that she will watch a video of Kaori every day to try to emulate more and more. So good for her to then hear that there is an obvious influence in her own skating.
As you take a look at the opening of the program, beautiful little emotional look towards the judges with the music as we see. Here's the triple loop. Good distance.
I couldn't tell from the camera angle whether or not that was clean. Let's look at this.
There's the double axel. That looks under rotated. It's on the quarter, the technical panel.
But Yo competed in the Kenoshita Summer Cup earlier this month, and she had a 59.52 in the short program there. So this looks like this will be a progression for Yo.
Yeah, personal best 67.23. So she has a big score in the short program and looking to get close to that.
And Yo will be one of the skaters who will be eyeing up the final, the Grand Prix final in Japan. She's been just on the periphery of that over the past couple of seasons. She had a 4th and a 2nd at Junior Grand Prix in the 2023 season, and then a 5th and a 2nd last year. So it remains to be seen. We're in the first event and the first stage of the Junior Grand Prix, but normally a couple of silver medals makes it more likely, and she's just missed out on that in previous
for those
years.
competing in the first one, they thought, I got a long season. This is the first of two, so you've got to get that result. 63.18 for Yo. That looks pretty good. Looked pretty happy with that. She's currently in 3rd place, and she'll be in the hunt for the podium. No question. Pretty tight up there in the top 3 so far. And there's our next skater, 16-year-old Yosung Kim from Korea. Had a good year last season, winning 1 and coming 2nd in the other Junior Grand Prix, placing 5th in the Junior Grand Prix final in Grenoble. 4th in the Senior Korean Nationals. 64.72 personal best, skating to Eye of the Untold Her.
Yoo-sung Kim from Korea, I suspect the favourite coming into this event, and based on practices, I would have continued to make that judgment call of the result. I saw Yoo-sung Kim this morning attempt and deliver maybe 10 triple flips, triple toes, and do them with possible, I was thinking a possible +3 grade of execution, of real caliber and quality, and yet when it came to crunch time, not successful.
Yeah, a little bit of a lean on the air, on the takeoff of the second jump. Let's take a look at some of the elements. The double axle, no problem there. Good flow on the landing. And here is the, let's slow this down a little bit. There's the flip. That's okay. A little bit forward. Didn't carry a lot of speed up into the second one. On a lean as well. That's a step out. That's costly. And under-rotated in the triple toe loop. Here's the loop. That was tidy.
It's so fascinating because this is a skater who has more experience than any other in the event. Not just last year was she in the Junior Grand Prix final, she's twice been a Junior Grand Prix final competitor. And so I was thinking coming at this event, as we watched that amazing Bielman and the difficult exit, what does Yoo-sung Kim need to do to make a Junior Grand Prix final podium? And I actually thought in practice that the speed and the components were better, but you need to deliver cleanly, and perhaps despite all of her experience on the Junior Grand Prix, maybe it's that experience that makes her more hungry that has caused the mistakes. You just don't know, and everybody comes in.
Yeah, it could just be a momentary thing. I
Yeah.
mean, she was a little bit forward on the landing of the flip, lost that momentum, but she's determined, trained to get the second jump done, to do a triple toe loop. But unfortunately, a little bit on a lean, didn't clear the landing. So, still a beautiful skater.
And, Long has been the very friendly rivalry with her sister, Yuji Kim. And between them, they were first and second at the Korean Junior Grand Prix qualifying competition. And so, it's been a constant back and forth with who's going to be on top. So we'll see when Yuji
Interesting
competes.
household.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Let's take a look at the scores for Yoo-sung Kim from Korea. Strong skater. Mistake a little bit costly. 54.70, about 10 points off her personal best in the short program. That'll put her currently into 6th place. Our next skater represents Poland, 16-year-old Alexandra Janikowska. Second Junior Grand Prix season, Poland's junior bronze medalist. 41.48 personal best 2 years ago in 2023, skating to charms.
16-year-old Aleksandra Janikowska from Poland, 20th in this event 12 months ago in Riga, hoping to score higher on this occasion. And I would say the opening element, the strongest of all and the most valuable with the triple lutz double toe to start.
Yeah, that was a nice triple lutz double toe. Set the tone for the program, had some challenges a little bit later on. You know, and sometimes when you have a great start, you went, okay, I'm on. And then all of a sudden a mistake just creeps in there really quick. Let's take a look at some of the elements here. Here's the triple lutz. There's that back outside edge, good. Straight and tight in the air. What a beauty. And up into the double toe loop. Really well done.
Lovely.
Here's the triple loop. Holds long back outside edge. Gets all the way around, but doesn't get the free leg back quick enough. Has to do a turn. That'll reduce the GOE on the landing. There's the double axel on a big lean. Unfortunately, didn't take a fall on that.
And here we get to see the change foot combination spin, and just in this we get a chance to see not where we saw the likes of Yusong Kim, who went before her, stay higher in terms of points. These are perhaps where some of the skaters are less inclined to devote their energy to. Just a little bit less refinement in the position and in the speed of the spins, and that's where some of the other athletes can accrue more points in terms of grades of execution. But choreography and the kiss and cries on point from Alexandra.
There's your heart.
And our coach. Happy days, good work.
What a great start. That was a beautiful triple lutz, just really lifted into the air. Let's take a look at the short program scores. She has a personal best of 41.48. This is a 43.08. That'll put Alexandra currently into 14th place. There's a look at your leaderboard, top three, plus Alexandra's score. Final skater in this group comes from Canada, 13-year-old Kamila Volkova. She was born in Moscow. Mother is from Quebec, father from Moscow. Both are experienced coaches. Her sister, Alexa Volkova, represented Canada on the Junior Grand Prix last season. Both very young and impressive skaters, skating to 1,000 years.
Kamila Volkova starts her junior Grand Prix career, and she competed at the Cranberry Cup last week, and I think she fell on the triple toe in the short program at that event, so I was delighted to see her deliver the triple toe here, but of course later on there were mistakes with the triple loop. But nevertheless, I think the youngest competitor that we've seen thus far.
Yeah. And she got a little anxious on that triple loop, just yanked that takeoff a little bit too much around the corner.
Here we see triple toe. No doubt there.
Yeah, nice and tidy. Well, clean. There's the double axel. And let's see what happens here on the triple loop. Watch this takeoff. It's yanked right around, too far around the corner there. Gets on a lean in the air and over-rotate a little bit. And has to take that fall.
But there was, I sensed a maturity to her performance that I wasn't necessarily expecting for whatever reason. Maybe just I saw 13 years on my sheet.
She has lovely upper body movement with the choreography and has a bit of a feel with it as well. And first time out, nice smile, and sister Alexa back at home cheering her sister on.
And that's her mom, right?
Yeah, that's her mom. Yep.
Gosh, I just don't know.
Yeah,
how
both
the
parents,
mom does it.
parents coaches.
Oh.
Yeah, it must be really hard for the parent. I'm saying for the coach.
Well, that's what I think. Camilla, you were brilliant.
Yeah.
And whatever nerves you felt, I'm pretty sure that your mom was feeling them.
Yeah, talk about, I don't want to call it stress, but just like nerves.
I think Camilla went out there and did a triple toe. I think her mom, Martine, did all she could to just stand up without jelly legs.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look at the scores for Kamila Volkova from Canada. Short program score 48.81, and that'll put her currently in the 9th place. But experience gained, and that's what this young skater's out here for, and part of the Next Gen program in Canada as we take a look at the results so far after 4 groups, 2 more to come.
And it's actually I think probably the youngest that we saw, Ji Ho, the 13-year-old from Korea, who was just so classy. That was wonderful.
And there's a look at the results so far in this event. We're going to take a short break, and we're getting noticed. We don't have video to go to from our boss Naomi.
Everybody gets a break, but you got to come back in 15 minutes to see the last 2 groups.
Yeah,
that's the deal.
Oh, you got to come back. Yeah, exactly. And send in more questions so we can babble on for you. Okay, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back right after this.
The following skaters will now take the ice for a 6-minute warm-up. From Japan, Mei Okada. From Latvia, Elizaveta Tedeshna. From Israel, Simona Kachman. From France, Milana Machenko. From Norway, Patrick Verstappen.
Welcome back, everyone, to Riga, Latvia, week number 1 on the Junior Grand Prix. I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Hanratty, and we are on group number 5 of the women's short program.
Yes, and some brilliant performances already in this first stage of the first week, in the first event, on the first day. And kudos to the...
A lot of firsts.
Yeah. And thank you to those that have sent in some questions to the International Skating Union. Some of the questions coming through from at Team Rio Nakata, who I am sure are heavily engaged and excited with the
Men's event coming up later, yeah.
The question is, both of you know a lot about the skaters. How do you get the information?
Well, well, first of all, we have the bio, and we have a little bit of history, of course, watching these young skaters over the years. So it gives us a little bit of history on that. The week number 1 is always difficult because we haven't seen them for a year, and also we have a bunch of new skaters we don't have information on. And I arrived only last night at midnight. You were just hours earlier, so we didn't get to see the practices. So we're a little bit, scrambly on this one. But as time goes on, we're following them and we're watching them develop. Plus, we have the information. And then the big thing is, you, Mark, do you go on social media and you're connected with the coaches, and some of them send information in and get the background.
I think we're all, Ted, have spent our whole life in skating. So for us, we can analyze, as the judges and the officials do, what happens on the ice. But I think it's also interesting to hear a little bit more about the life of the athlete.
Totally.
And so I try to contact all of the skaters or their teams for a little quote, just to give a little bit more awareness of the lives of these young humans who are so spectacular in what they do, but give us a bit more context about their humanity. And
I sent out a questionnaire to the American teams at their camp in Milwaukee, and also to our Canadian team members. And I asked a bunch of questions, sort of, what was the first sensations when they were on the ice, and what were their high moments so far in their career, and what was the most difficult moment. And that's so interesting. This stuff is so good. I wish we could have done that with everyone. But, what age did they start skating? Who are the people that had the most impact? Things like that. So we're getting more and more material on the person and their journey in life with skating, and that adds to the storytelling. Of course, the event itself, I don't want to say easy, but we cover what we cover. We cover what we see, and that's the simple part. But
we've seen and we'll continue to see, I'm sure, lots of triple loops, triple toe combinations, and all of the skaters in this women's short program have to do a loop jump, as we have just seen performed on the screen now. There will be 31 loop jumps. We don't know 31 different life stories, and so that's what we try to do a little bit, is to get a little bit more of the lives, because no two athletes are the same mentally and on their path towards this.
So there's the answer. The long answer to your question is we are dribbling or drabbling or babbling on. Go ahead, Mark. What's your number 2?
Next one from at Ren Scara. What are Ted and Mark's favourite step features? That's a really good one, because when I'm watching, and actually that brings us to a little point about this year. Another little point.
Oh, look at the birdie. You change topics. Okay, go ahead.
In terms of the step features, we are getting to hear a little bit more from the technical panels, and so we're getting to hear what the team give in terms of the levels. For me, the body movement feature, whereby the skaters have to showcase within the context of their steps lots of body movement to achieve that level, that's what can make it visually most entertaining. But in terms of the step sequence, which is a required element for all of the junior women, the number of difficult turns is the most important. That will dictate the level more than any of the others.
Totally.
And what I find quite interesting, Ted, is that for me, who spent most of all of my senior career as an ice dancer, the depth of edge set required to have those difficult turns called clean lane ice dance, I think, is more strict than that of the single skaters.
Oh, totally. I think everybody would agree with that, right? Yeah. It's so interesting to listen to the technical panel call the whole program. It's a fascinating process. It's incredibly detailed and so well done. And hopefully there'll be time where people will have at least an access to the process, learning a little bit more about the process. And we are getting to hear that a little bit, and it's so interesting. And we want people to know, because they do such an incredible job. They really do. The technical panel, amazing. So, maybe that will be in the future. We'll see. I had a question. I forgot it already.
Oh, a question of firing back towards me.
No, but carry on with yours.
What are some unique costumes you've seen so far this comp?
The boots.
The boots. I was just going to say the same. Nora Coppens, I think, was the Swedish skater.
Yeah.
She had skate covers like a
The
60s.
go-go boots.
Yeah.
The go-go boots.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I also thought Elizabeth de Bern from Switzerland had a very nice costume. And indeed, the costume on screen right now is heavily encrusted in Swarovski crystals, which, if you don't know, are very expensive. And the skaters...
And you have worn a lot of those in the last couple seasons of Dancing on Ice.
Ton of those. And I'm reminded every time they drop off my costume quite how expensive they are by the wardrobe team.
Yeah, and I say, is that the Mark that I know? It's pretty sparkly. Okay. What's up next?
Well, I think the announcement for the end of the warm-up is saving you for my next question.
Oh,
but it'll
saving me?
Or saving the
us.
Viewing public.
Okay, there you go. And here we go. On group number 5 of 6, first event on day 1. And there we take a look at Mai Okada from Japan, 15 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season. She placed 3rd in both her Junior Grand Prix events last year, 8th at the Japanese Junior Nationals, 18th as seniors, because they're able to do both junior and senior in the same year. Coached by Yuko Mona and choreographed by Kenji Miyamoto. 68.34 personal best in the short, skating to Space Table Symphony.
Well, a raise with the fist from Mei Okada, the 15-year-old from Japan, whose goal is to make the Grand Prix final in Japan so that her family can see her skate, and she has just delivered a short program that certainly puts her in contention.
Wow, what a great program. Really tidy and strong technique throughout. Great ice coverage, as all the Japanese skaters have, and some great choreography and good feeling as well. We might see a new leader here. We'll find out very shortly. But what a clean program.
Yes, and the Music Space Table Symphony, chosen after seeing Yuna Nagaoka and Sumitada Moriguchi, her compatriots, skate to it. So she already had a connection with the music. And you can see that from the offset there, and the arch in her back, both forward and backward. Multi-rotational movement, all for the composition as we see this triple loop.
Beautifully done. Great flow on the landing, wonderful turned out toe. Watch this Ina Bauer. It was preceded by his spread eagle into the double axel. And let's take a look here at the triple lutz, pardon me. Straight up, tight in the air, so fast. That was beautiful.
Yeah, excellently done. And she said that triple loops is her favorite element.
1.94 plus GOE, so adding to that base score of that element really helped in this score. Wonderfully centered. Bielman, part of her step sequence here as well. You can see such a commitment to the choreography.
Yeah, great work by coach and skater and family. Her mother drives her 2 hours a day to the rink. She studies in the car while mom acts as chauffeur, and I'm sure her mom now sees the reward of that effort.
There's the score, 68.38, and she reacted to that with a huge smile and a hug from the coach, and that moves her right into first place. You could see that coming with that performance. Really so well done. Representing Latvia, 15-year-old Elizaveta Duchina, ranked 6th in junior at the Latvian Nationals. She's coached by Olga Kovakova. 33.95 her personal best. That was 2 seasons ago, so we'll see much stronger scores here today.
Elizaveta Dereshina from the home nation. And Ted, there was so much novelty in the construction of the program, starting with a step sequence. That's so rare for the skaters to do. It's normally reserved to be the final element. The flying sit spin height and elevation was fabulous, and the musicality of that double loop landing. There were lots of little moments within the composition of that from Elizaveta, which I really appreciated, especially also the triple toe, the hardest element for her, saved to be so late in the program.
Doing that late in the program really held it together. As we take a look at the 3 turns up into the double axel, and that comes in at nice and clean. There's the double loop with the hand over the head. Here's the triple toe, double toe loop combination. It was nice and tidy and straight in the air. Feet were nice and tidy together, all clean. Only one element under review, and that was the layback spin at the end of the program. So as far as the technical panel goes, a nice, clean program.
And you certainly sense that although Elizaveta and the team know that she didn't have the same kind of technical difficulty, no triple loop, no triple triple, the easiest of the triples in the combination, everything was packaged to maximize the point scoring for the skater. So there will be a score here that will be higher than many skaters who attempted much more difficulty, but she delivered what she could and intended with conviction and well composed and constructed.
Yeah, it's a pretty good example of a skater who doesn't have all the most difficult elements, but did a great job with what she does possess at the moment
And
at this stage of her career.
grades of execution on each of the 7 elements, and a slight positive as well.
Well, let's take a look at the scores. And there it is, 44.09 for Elizaveta. That'll put her currently into 14th place with some high fives going on in the kiss and cry. Looking pretty happy with that performance and score. And so they should. Our next skater represents Israel, Simona Akachman, 15 years old. Israel's junior silver medalist, had a 9th and 13th place finish last year in the Junior Grand Prix. She's coached by Vladimir Baratz. 55.21, good score, earning that last year in Bangkok, skating to Berlin. Well, Mark, interesting. 7 elements and 5 under review.
Yeah.
She's a beautiful skater. It's a lovely program.
It really is, and what should be known is that Simona Kachman, her choreographer Lyudmila Korinskova, has still to do Zoom lessons online with her. So the choreography of this program that you love has been constructed entirely online because her choreographer's in Ukraine and can't get to her. And also, furthermore, Simona skates in the tiniest of ice rinks. She skates in an incredibly small rink. She has to travel from Cholon, her home, 300 kilometers to get to a big size rink. So
Wow, as we take a look at the triple Lutz, great reach back, nice lift in the air, up into the triple toe loop, and that is under rotated in the judging system. You can see that on the landing. Here's the triple loop. That was nice and clean. Not a lot of speed on the exit, but done. Double axel with some 3 turns coming in, and just hits the back of the heel, doesn't get the free leg back. Has to take a fall on but the simplest jump, perhaps, in that program.
And again, another example, though, knowing the obstacles that are presented, the desire, Simona's desire to be a competitive figure skater. She debuted on the Junior Grand Prix 12 months ago in Bangkok, and she's obviously learnt so much there. And almost in a way, you know, it's a victim of knowing more. By competing in the Junior Grand Prix, you're more aware then of what the standard is. And when you don't have the facilities, it makes you more aware of how much you have to chase to then find the kind of opportunities that you know you need to be able to be competitive. And in total respect, the commitment to that from Simona and the team.
She's really a wonderful skater, and she's strong, and she's got some great technique, and just went down to that axle, was a bit costly. Now she has a 55.21 personal best. We don't see the personal best at this stage of the season, but this is from last year, of course. And it looks like she's not going to make that score, but she's certainly capable of it.
Yeah, and the skaters and the coaches know how they have to look beyond the mistake. And the good, fortunate thing in this system is that it allows them the opportunity to see what could have been and where the definitives have to be improved. So, mistake in the double axel, we know the points implications. What does need to be improved? What was delivered at your best? What can you need to work on?
Yeah. It's a long process. 48.81 for Simona Kachman from Israel. That'll put her currently into 11th place. Our next skater represents France. I get it right this time, Mark. Elena Mosaico, 16 years old, 3rd Junior Grand Prix season, 16th last year in Wuji Junior Grand Prix. She's coached by the former European champion, Florent Amodio. 41.86 personal best last season, skating to Vogue by Madonna. Well, Mark, 7 elements, 5 under review, so there's some work for the technical panel to do on this.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Milana has come into this event with an injury which has derailed her progress. But you could see in the closing seconds that she took, a fairly large chunk of the music time. The athletes, less than 3 minutes with which to perform a short program. She took about a good 10 seconds to deliver some content at the end, and you kind of sense, this is a skater that wants to really commit to the composition and the presentation, but because she's just not in the condition to give technically, we didn't get the chance to enjoy what she's capable of from a performance aspect as well.
I think for her as well. But when you're concerned about the elements because you haven't had the chance to enough time yet, then the rest of the program goes down a little bit as well.
Yeah, but it's certainly, if you're going to pick iconic music by Madonna and Vogue, you've got to deliver it, and I believe she can, but when she starts with a double axel mistake like that, it does set a precedence for the energy.
But comes back with a pretty nice triple loop technique, has to step out on that landing, but gets this triple Salchow free leg back into the double toe loop, down hands above the head as well. That was her strongest technical, or jump element at least.
And then the sit side feature, and then the sit behind the variation to try to accrue the level. And then into performance skill.
And low to high is difficult to keep the speed.
Yeah, and there's various different requirements laid out by the tech committees now that have increased the difficulty of the spins, but now we're a second season into that, so we're seeing a little bit more confidence from the skaters as we see the chunk of choreography I was talking about here, head rolling, giving life.
Well, a little ponytail whip.
Yeah, a little bit of hair choreography, hairography.
Yep. Hairography, there we go.
And she comes from the Florent Amodio Academy, so of course then that lineage of performance ability, she's bound to have great performance quality given the coaching staff that she has. And hopefully as the season progresses, there'll be increased comfort with the technical jumps to deliver with that performance.
Yeah, it's so much, especially early on in the season, rides on the preparation. And if there has been an injury, or in one case, this skater was at school a lot, right, or had some scholastics that were getting in the way, the preparation is less. And that's what he talked about later in the season. We'll see a much stronger performances. 34.49 from Elena, and that'll put her currently into 20th place. Our next skater represents Norway, 13-year-old Katrine Burstad, new to the Junior Grand Prix this season, coached and choreographed by Veronika Redlova. She'll skate the short program to On Then and Now by Woodkid.
a challenging Junior Grand Prix debut for Norwegian Katrine Berstad. And this is where the research that we do to get an insight into the skaters allows me to kind of speak up on behalf of Katrine, because I've seen her do triple flip and triple lutz on her Instagram, on her social media, and we know that she's capable. But this is a bigger stage. This is a higher pressure, and that may have played into the reason behind that challenging skate. But we don't see a huge, vast number of skaters from this nation. She's going out, she's brave to pick this piece of music. She's bold in the music choice. But here the reason for the scores that she'll get: triple salto.
Yeah, you can see really loose legs in the air, and that is really slows the rotation down. So we take a look here at the double loop or triple loop attempt, bails out way too early. And the double axel intended here, but slips off that takeoff edge, pops it into a single, and that's really costly. You know, and it's very true what you say. You know, we see Instagram or, you know, videos that are sent to us, so you can see the elements that they can do and you can see how they can skate. But given the situation, which is competition now, and you don't see that at all, you know what the capabilities are, but the reality is what they've done. And that's a challenge in the mind. Yeah,
and this is a skater that was competing at Advanced Novice last season. She's competed at the Challenge Cup in Tilburg. But now this is exposure to so much. And I can say, speak on behalf of Katrine and explain, I know she can do triple flip and triple lutz because I've seen it online. We can vouch for that. But then this is the next stage of development, to be able to deliver under pressure. And she's got, you know, you never know if the coach can motivate and encourage her and help her fueled with more self-belief. She's got another performance while she's out here. So the free skate could be, if she chooses to really harness a really positive mindset, we could see so much more from Katrine when she competes again.
Yeah, and you know, it's something I've said usually every year is that this sport, and I'll say that in a moment after we take a look at the scores for Katrine Berstad from Norway. And she's not going to be happy with this score, of course, with her abilities, 27.64. And it's not representative of what her abilities are, but on this day was accurate to the performance. That'll put her currently into 24th position. Now, as we watch the next group take to the ice, and just wanted to mention, Mark, we've talked about this before, people who watch this for the first time have no concept, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way at all, of how difficult the sport is, because they're dressed in beautiful outfits, and they've got nice music, and the rink is beautiful, and all that kind of stuff like that, and they have to perform to music. But to put together the physicality and the technical aspect of the sport in harmony with the music and the performance is so complicated psychologically, because you have to be an actor, actress, and an athlete merged into one that equals the sport of figure skating.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned about having to be an actor. If I look down the standings, Angela Shaw from the United States of America in 6th place currently was the best actress.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah.
But then that's one facet. That is one of the aspects of this amazing sport. And I remember the International Skating Union had a piece of content that they produced a few seasons ago now called Up Again.
Yeah.
And that was an insight into all of the ice sports in our wonderful ice skating community, and so many highlights of the need to keep getting up again. You know, we tell our children, if you fall down, you get back up, you go again. Our sport is surely one of the sports where that could never be more applicable and true.
Totally.
We fall over, and for those, like you say, Ted, that are new to the sport watching, each of the 6 women on the ice now will have fallen over more than any other woman their age that doesn't ice skate.
Oh, thousands of times that you're taking a fall. And that's one of the addictions to the sport, it's not the fall, is when you don't fall after falling that much. You say, oh my God, that felt awesome, and it made it so easy. I want to do that again, right? And then you move your way up that list of difficult elements and feel that exhilaration when it finally comes together.
And the falling is a prerequisite necessity. It's an occupational hazard. And yet, for I remember I used to fall, gosh, oh my goodness. I fell and I fell and I fell and I fell. And so I have a respect for what I know they're doing. But even I wouldn't want to go and do it again. And that that just shows how amazing these young humans are.
Yeah, that's called age.
Yeah,
you get a little
shatter.
smart. You go, really? I'm going to put my body through that?
Yeah.
That's complicated. Do you have any more questions that have come in, Mark?
One of the questions coming from Chloe Muir is, has anyone from last year's Junior Grand Prix, or is there anyone from last year's Junior Grand Prix that you're looking forward to seeing again? And then furthermore, is there anybody new on the Junior Grand Prix that we should keep an eye out for?
Well, I have to say, obviously Riga,
Nakata.
yeah, Nagata, the world champion from last year, and Yenhao Li, because they're both incredible skaters. They both had successes at the Junior Grand Prix last year, and a lot of the other young men as well. There's some really good men coming up to see how have they grown in a year, both physically and psychologically and in performance-wise. So interested in that, obviously in the women, we're dealing with Mao Shimada. And what's interesting with Mao is that this will be her fourth. She's 3-time world junior champion. So my question is not how do you keep skating well, because she does, but how do you keep your love and passion and emotion and all of that through all that time while you're waiting to get into senior? Now, I don't disagree with the rules of the ice. I'm not stating anything on that. What I'm saying is here's an athlete that has kept that level, increased her ability over that many years. That's extraordinary.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And actually from the little clips that we've seen on YouTube of the domestic events, we can see it looks like Mao Shimada may be in the best form of her early season, and that's so impressive. In terms of who I'm looking forward to seeing, there's a skater on our screen now who's from Argentina, who I think skates or has to skate in an outdoor rink with very limited access. For me, it's so easy for viewers of the sport to critique what they see. But because I have taken some time to research a little bit about the backstories of these people, I'm interested to see. I know that Argentinian skater is potentially going to come near the bottom, if not at the bottom of this pile. But I'm interested to see what she's going to deliver, because I know that she has the least optimal facilities. So that's for me why it's so important that we get to understand that these are humans and they have different life experience.
And their conditions on the way up here. I mean, we've seen some skaters, I think from Cyprus, that skated in a very small rink with a post in the middle of the rink.
Yeah.
Well, how do you run your program, right?
Yeah.
So, whatever you have to cope with. And if you don't understand those stories, then you may not understand what you're seeing on the screen at the time. So it's a great job in the research that you're doing there, Mark, adding to the interest of not just the quality of the skate, but the understanding of why they're at where they're at.
And I think, as this warm-up draws to a close, we also have to acknowledge that the strongest of the skaters, currently leading, we have, unsurprisingly, within the top 4, we have 2 Japanese skaters and 1 Korean, and that's what we've come to expect on the Junior Grand Prix for the past few seasons, whilst I've been with you, Ted. But what we probably have to acknowledge is that the Koreans, for example, have had to compete before here among, maybe 40 other women against them. We're seeing the best of a field that is much, much deeper, whereas the Argentinian maybe has one competitor.
Well, competition breeds competition. Yeah. So when you have that, that's one of those countries that are deep in it. It's sad for the ones that don't make it, but they're so good.
Yeah.
But it also is very helpful for the ones at the top because it pushes them. You're constantly being chased, not in competition, but even at your home rink.
I remember when I competed, of course I remember, but I competed with an American partner. And there was a debate at the time as to whether or not we would represent her nation or my nation. We chose a less strong skating nation, so we had more opportunities. But we skated in a nation where we weren't exposed to the others, so perhaps we didn't improve as much. So blessings and challenges to all.
Okay, well done. We covered the warm-up. And we actually didn't get to a question, did we? We're babbling on. And here we go. The skater that you were just talking about, skating outdoors. That's remarkable. 17-year-old Lola Ocampo from Argentina. She trains between 11 and 16 hours per week in Argentina. And this is her first Junior Grand Prix. She's skating to A New Day and the Gilded Age.
Lola Ocampo representing Argentina, and great to hear the encouragement from the skaters, because the skaters know that whilst this is a weaker skater than the others competing in the event, they know that even to get to this standard has required years of dedication.
Yeah, and you know, the ICU and many of the skaters, or many of the people in South America, are doing such a great job of expanding the sport from country to country on that continent, and it's so interesting and wonderful to see. You know, it's the early stages of skating in Argentina, perhaps, but it's a start, and a good attempt at the double
That
axel.
was better than warm-up.
Yeah, yeah. And here's the double Salchow, which was fine. 3-turn single toe loop, so missing the double on that. But this is the reality of skating worldwide. You know, countries only become interest because there's participation. And Lola is a participant, learning to be the best that she could be in her country, and hopefully inspiring a new generation coming up.
And of the Vision 2030, a huge factor is opportunity to expand a global skating population. So we want to recognize what Lola is doing here, and her coach, by then taking all that she learns here back to those that she does skate with, and hopefully inspiring a next generation with increased knowledge and increased awareness of what is necessary, and blowing kisses out to
I
them
love
now.
that. That's awesome. Great, you know, pleasure just to be here and to skate. She's happy in the kiss and cry. She did the best that she can do.
And how many flags have been waved in the kiss and cry? Great to see that she's proudly waving her flag. And is it Lilo and Stitch cuddly toy as well, I think?
Yeah. Short program score 14.31 for Lola Ocampo from Argentina. Big smile on her face. Of course, that puts her in 26th place. She's here. She's participating. She's encouraging and perhaps inspiring other skaters back in Argentina with this performance. Well done. Our next skater represents Austria, 16-year-old Hannah Frank, born in the beautiful little town of Linz, Austria. Second Junior Grand Prix season, placing 17th last year in Ljubljana, and coached by Denise Jacek. 51.97 personal best last season on the Junior Grand Prix. Skating to Rock Me, Amadeus.
Austria's Hannah Frank. Disappointment to have the fall in the triple loop. It's the same short program as she used last season, but this is an incredibly hard-working skater who we can see that in the venue. She warms up diligently. We've seen her cooling down diligently. She is so committed.
And you know, she has some really nice skills and has some good, very good moments in this program. Good energy as well, but that one big mistake, the fall on the triple loop. As we take a look here, the triple toe loop, triple toe, that isn't clean in the system. And here's the triple loop on a big, big lean on that takeoff, and just could not get that free leg back and the balance as well.
And interesting in this, on the layback, we see the side to back. I think there was an attempt at difficult entry and difficult exit, and then coming up into the Bielmann spin position. So the technical panel deeming that layback spin just at level 3. And so that will be something that Hannah will continue to clarify, because she was certainly going for the level 4s. We look now at the double axel, which just showed an inkling of hesitation, but nevertheless safely through, if not with the best GUE.
Here's some nice movement in the step sequence that is in the level 3. And the final spin change combination has been also level 3. So leaving a little bit of a few points on the table with those levels, which we know she can do level 4 combination spin. The layback went in at 3 as well.
Good speed.
Yeah, really good speed. Great flexibility, obviously, and a nice smile right at the end.
I really enjoy the cleanliness of her triple toe, and I'm eager to see how, or learn even how the flip and the loops coming along, so that the technical difficulty can be increased, but certainly a little bit of work done needing to be checked up on the spins too.
Well, 48.94 for Hannah. She goes, oh, okay, that's okay. That's not bad. That'll put her currently in a 10th place.
Accepting of that score, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Our next skater represents Georgia, 18-year-old Ekaterine Izachi. Second Junior Grand Prix season. She was 21st last year, right here in Riga on the Junior Grand Prix. And that score last season was a 38.90. We'll see if she can top that score here 1 year later. Skating the short program to Feeling Good by Muse.
Georgia's Yekaterina Yazaji. Gosh, the commitment to her performance was so resolute. If she could just learn to commit to the sustaining of the landing positions, I'm sure she could add at least an extra +1 from each judge on the grade of execution.
Yeah, she had great energy in the choreography and the commitment to the music and the song that we know so well, but a different rendition.
And I think I remember from last season the input of Georgian skater Vakhtang Murvan that's certainly evident when regards to the energy. It's just, if she could just hold on to that landing position, because it's so lovely.
It was a beautiful jump. There's the triple toe loop, hands above the head, up into the double. Yeah, too bad, because great quality all the way through until the landing of the double.
Enough. And, you know, when we can see the Bielman position from Yekaterina at the end of the program, we can see there's a range of flexibility. If she can tap into that range of movement she has and just demonstrate it for a fraction longer, that should tick the criteria. And the judges, as we've said before, have very clear criteria for each of these elements. We're looking at the spin now. Spin criteria for good, positive grade of execution wants to see a controlled, clear position. They want to see effortlessness. So here on the layback, it's pretty clear. But this is not a clear controlled position. If you could just clarify that Bielman 2, then that will help to boost the grade of execution. And it's those grades of execution that can enhance the skater check
She's
score.
so close to a big increase in points. She's already going to be okay, but she's so close to the detail, those small details that you need to get that positive GOE to really bump your score up there.
And sometimes it's that fine detail, that refinement, that clarification of things that are already achieved by the athlete, which can seem unimportant, which have a disproportionately big impact on the score.
Short program score 47.64. She looks pretty happy with that. She steps back, goes, oh, wow, that was good. She's a very good skater. As you mentioned, just some small details to tidy that up. It's going to be a much bigger score. That'll put it currently to 13th place.
Great job.
Our next skater represents Ukraine, 18-year-old Sofia Herenko. First junior Grand Prix season, but a lot of experience in international events in Europe. She's coached by Alina Meyer-Virtanen. She takes her starting position. She'll skate the short program to I See Red by everyone.
Sofia Grigorenko, the Ukrainian 18-year-old, who I thought did look like such an ice dancer. Like, as you mentioned, such a strong back, such a good posture. And it's surprising to see this athlete who's delivered on the triple lutz combo in her first junior Grand Prix.
Yeah.
I wonder where the progressions have been made, because she looks like she would be capable for this stage.
Beautiful landing position on that Lutz, strong back as we talked about. But it's how funny, the easiest jump, generally speaking for most people, the axel, didn't look the easiest jump for her.
You sense that hesitation there for a long time.
That forward takeoff is awkward for some people, and they get afraid of it and they back off. Let's take a look at some of the elements here for Sofia. And watch that landing on this opening jump combination. Here it is. I'm going to slow it down here. Well, this is there's the Lutz. Watch that free leg get back. Strong back, up into the double toe loop. Really nice jump combination, triple double. And the triple loop a little bit later, a little bit wonky on the landing, has to sort of turn out. But here's this very difficult, awkward takeoff a little bit, and the legs not together in the air.
And there was, for so much that I admire in the posture, there was a delay and a long preparation into each of the three jumping passes, which forces the judges to go down.
I don't like this element. I'm a little nervous of it, broadcasting that a little bit by that preparation. But there's a number of skaters that don't like that takeoff.
And that's so true.
You didn't, did you?
No, actually, I did quite like it. I didn't mind that one. That one was...
All right. That was the one I liked.
That was the one of the six.
Oh, you can see her quite animated and kiss and cry, analyzing the program. It's so funny. You can really see them body language, how a person feels and thinks about. Except for when they sit there and you see nothing, right?
It's so true, and I think that we see from the athletes who compete more readily that they know what to expect when the scores come up. It's interesting to see whether or not the judges have pitched them in the same way.
45.19, and that'll put Sofia currently into 17th place. Our next skater represents Hungary, 16-year-old Martina Petra Major. Second Junior Grand Prix season, having competed last in the 2023 season. She's coached by Patricia Pavuk, and 32.12 was her personal best, but that was 2 years ago. We'll see much more here today. Skating to Frozen by Madonna.
Martina Petra Major from Hungary just squeezing in the last few rotations to try to get the level on the flying sit spin to conclude her short program. And we've heard Madonna already today with Vogue, very different Madonna track. She skated to the soundtrack of Frozen.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll find out more and talk to some of the coaches about the process in which they have to clear their music.
Yes.
Because that was a new addition to the season. All the skaters are responsible for rights clearance of their music, and there's a process for doing that. So does it limit their choice? And we'll hear more classical music. We haven't today, but I've seen on the bios more classical music being used. So we take a look at some of the elements here in Martina's short program. Here is the triple toe combo. Outside takes the fall. And not really that tight in the air. There's the triple loop. Better. Right on top on the landing. It's under rotated in the system. The double axel slips a little bit off the takeoff edge, but manages to maintain that body line up in the air.
And here we see the flying sit spin, that a required element for the juniors this year. And so we'll see them working on the difficult fly and then the difficult sit spin variations to try to accrue the maximum level 4. And it's interesting to see both coach and skater Martina avidly looking back at the replays for her own analysis. And that's the thing we've talked about as Martina shapes her heart in the kiss and cry. The skaters know only too well what's necessary and what they're probably capable of. And it's good to have seen in this event that most of the athletes seem at peace with the performance they've given, which gives us an indication of what's been done in practice as to what's been replicated. So
important for the coaches and the skaters, of course, but the coaches mostly, to keep everything in perspective, because it's a long journey. Yeah. So the skater doesn't know where they're going to. They only know where they're at. And so, but a coach knows the pathway to where they're going, right? And it's difficult to sort of separate that athlete's mindset into, this is just part of the process here, so that's okay, good or bad, that's okay. You need all these experiences. That's a tough one. Let's take a look at the scores for Martina, 33.55, and that will put her currently into 24th place. Our final skater in the women's short program event comes from Germany. Anna Gerke is 14 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season, German junior champion, 31st at the World Juniors last year, coached by Martina Dieck. 55.68, good score, earning that 1 year ago here in Riga at the Junior Grand Prix, skating to the soundtrack of Dune.
Anna Gerke just in dismay at what happened in the camel spin and what would have otherwise been a program in contention for the final flight. I'm not sure how severe the implications of that mistake were, but nevertheless, she has proven some consistency. We were so impressed by her last season.
Yeah, I can see her with her hands on her head, just what went wrong, because she was right on the track for a nice, clean program.
And this choreography inspired by Olivia Smart and Tim Deek. Her coach Martina is the mother of Tim, and that was one of the most entertaining programs of last season and fueled the inspiration for this as we see that sustained landing position on the triple loop, ideal for creative execution.
There's that Ina Bauer with the 3 turn up into the double axel. Nice entry, beautiful extension and flow on the landing. Another spread eagle into this triple toe loop. Gets the free leg around in time and gets up into the second one. Really great fight through that jump combination.
And here, this was the difficult blade feature. So going for the heel as a difficult blade feature, what a way to style it out. I mean, the kudos to the girl. She tried hard to salvage that.
To save it, yeah. And final entry into the flying sit spin at the end of the program. It comes in level 4. Going to have a good score and would be, as you mentioned, in contention and might still be after the free. We'll see what happens, but it was a little bit of a costly mistake, but a great program, great performance.
Yeah, definitely great material as Coach Martina and choreographer Victoria join her in the kiss and cry.
Well, 56.36 for Anna. And they're not of approval by all 3.
I think Martina's just saying, you know, okay, that was lucky.
Yeah, that's not bad after that mistake, and that'll put her currently into 7th place. Not so far, 7 points out of the podium. Striking distance with the free program, it all depends on so many factors, of course. And there is a look at the standings by Okada from Japan in first, Hugh from Korea in second. And in 3rd place, Elina Koidina of Estonia in 3rd place. So 3 points separating first from second and second from third. Takagi of Japan essentially tied with Elina. Ever so close. Mark, your final thoughts on the women's short program?
Well, huge congrats and thanks to the women who have started the Junior Grand Prix Series 2025. It is underway, and we look forward to all that will ensue in the coming days and weeks.
It's going to be a great 7 weeks of competition, as we talked about. We'll see some struggles perhaps early on, but some pretty good performances here. We have the pairs short program coming up in just a little while. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage of the women's short program here in week 1 as we take a look at some of the opening ceremonies, I believe, happening on the ice. For all of us here at the ISU, thank you for watching. Join us for the pairs short coming up shortly.